Okay, here I am again. Today I finished my UCS Landspeeder. Last time I added the front section and the left engine, which is a bit messed up. Looks very nice with the wires exposed as it should be. And today I will finish this wonderful thing. My guess is that we'll either be building the center engine and then the right one, or the other way around, and then lastly the stand. And I don't know when the minifigures will be arriving, but we already see here the location, but the stand will be able to connect. Okay, I already got the instructions up. Page 9, I'll try to open it as quietly as possible. I hope it's not going to be too bad. So since this subassembly is going to be separate, I'll leave the Landspeeder itself up on top so that we have more space to build on here. Nice. So yeah, so this is going to be the right engine if it's going to be connected with bars. I don't even remember anymore if the other one was connected with small bars or not. But whatever, they know what they're doing, so I'm quite sure it won't fall off easily. Here we already see the 3 little bars. That will probably be used in the end to connect the seat. Just checking the autofocus. Yeah, it should do its trick. So I really already enjoyed this build so far. In the center area of the Landspeeder, there was some quite nice techniques with bricks laying on the side, forming the center part of the cockpit. The front part was very nice. It was a hamburger style build where you first build the bottom part like a hamburger bun and then put the other one on top, which was great. And especially the engine here was also very nice. And I expect the other side to be built similarly, but I think it's going to be more complete. No wires sticking out, or not as many. Hey, how are you, Lucky 3381? It's doing great. I just got off work and thought that building a bit of Lego is a good way to relax and come down a bit. And yourself, how are you doing? So got some marker colors now and an interesting check mark situation. I guess this is done so that we have studs on the side on both sides. Is the audio okay? I sometimes don't really know how the clicking sounds or the sounds of the pieces are picked up. I just hope it's not too bad. Okay. Hi, Aloha crew. How are you doing? I was just wondering if the audio is okay. I sometimes don't really know how how the earbuds pick up their clicking sounds and if it's too loud or not. Just let me know if it's too disturbing. Okay, that's great. You come to expect that with a Lego stream unless they have a soft desktop. Okay, yeah, I always try to be a bit careful because I do know that the sound can be distracting if it's too bad. When I build on screen, I usually take out the parts of a sub-step because it's easier for me to lose my concentration. And this is also a nice little technique. So I'm on step 312, and we're putting the anti-studs on top of each other and connecting them with the. So this is really nice. I'm putting the anti-studs together like so, and connecting them with the 1x1 modified. And thus we get a stud on top and stud on bottom little sub-assembly. Now, I was saying before that I really like these some of the techniques that they already employed here. So this is quite nice. You're relaxing at work? Okay, that's great. I just got off work. I'm still in the home office, so it was not that long way. It's not a long way to go home, but I still need some relaxation too. Great. And relaxing at work is of course a good thing if you're able to do that. I once had a really great job as a student in Frankfurt. I was working at the Frankfurt airport as a student, and I got this job where you had to carry passengers out of the airplanes. And I had my own BMW bus, and I could ride around on the airport. And in an 8-hour shift, I had about like 4 or 5 passengers to carry. And the rest of the time, I could just sit around, drive anywhere on the airport, sit and watch at the sun and the horizon. That was wonderful. I could really relax there too. And I got money for it, which is even better. You have a desk-sized mouse pad? Yeah, I was thinking about getting a mouse pad, but I can control this tablet here. I can control the tablet with my fingers, so it's not very loud for the manual. But I'm thinking about getting a large mouse pad. I have a new desk here, and my current mouse pad is just sliding around on it. And this top camera here, that's only my mobile phone, and this is more or less a normal webcam. So we're getting very colorful again. Let's see if it's necessary for the distraction. Okay, so this is nice too. Interesting. Oh, be careful. I almost made a mistake here. That was easy to it was easy to think that the 2x8 should go all the way to the red tile, but you have to leave it one stud behind. Okay, some red and some dark nougat, or nougat, as Zhang would say. Very nice. So we have all the colors in the world here, but I don't mind as long as we don't see them in the end, and I expect we won't be. Oh, we're doing it again here on this side. The stud, the anti-studs on top of each other. It's kind of going to be interesting. Very nice. Yeah, definitely. I was so very surprised, and I don't really understand why this set got so much hate. Um, because I'm currently really enjoying the build, and I will definitely keep it around for display. And now this is also again going to be nicely satisfying. Wait, am I doing it correctly? No. So now we're sliding it in like this and connecting with the two front stud of the. Oh, this is so nice. Yeah, there were quite a lot of situations in the set where you really had a satisfying, oh God, this fits in so beautifully moment. I think everybody who um, builds some Lego and builds a set that is pre-built, pre-designed, and you have these moments you build a sub-assembly and you attach it to another one, it just fits so well, and it's so beautiful. Yeah, I think the designers really took care that it's hard to make big mistakes when building this. So this was also a nice combination, and there was really no way to fit this together in a wrong configuration. And I don't mind that at all. I mean, some people say that it's for experienced builders, it's not as interesting, but I still like it very much. And I'm also happy if people who don't build every day get to have some fun and don't are not frustrated when building a Lego set. So I don't see why it should be necessary to exclude people who don't build a lot. And it doesn't minimize my enjoyment a bit. So we now have the center area, and I expect that we'll start putting on the sides soon. And it looks like the tiling for the top is going to come next. So nice. You only see green from the top, but that will soon also be gone. Oh, great. So now we're going to complete the ring around the engine. And this is not even the top. I was thinking all the time that this is the top side here, but of course it's just the side. And these are maybe the three locations where we connect the white bars. So this might be yeah, wait. So yeah, this is going to be, no, it could still, yeah, it could be the inside. I'll let myself be surprised anyway. So this is also very cool and something you don't see every day. Yeah, just let me complete the step and I'll show you. So we have anti-studs and studs on the same level in both directions. Really, really very nice. And it fits completely well. It's as if it should be like this. Yeah, this we don't see really very often. Very nice. That is highly enjoyable. And now we use one big long 2 by, what is it, 12, 10, to fill it all up. Great. And now we got the studs out again. Wonderful. Okay, so this will be a sub-assembly. I can put this away for now. Now we're going to center this 1 by 3 here. And it's always nice to get this half a stud offset like so. Right. That's very nice. So now we got the half a stud offset here. That feels good. Yep. So this is just sitting there. That will soon be connected with a 3x3. Nice. So yes, this is coming together quite nicely. And now it's sticker time, but not for me. Yeah, I guess I have to live without them. But I don't know if they would add that much for me, and they would have to be aligned. No. So now is the time where we can profit from the color orientation. So I didn't have to think a lot about which side this has to be applied on, because we only have the red 1x2 brick on this side, and otherwise I could be tempted to put it on this side. So in this case, it just made it easier to avoid the mistake of trying to put it on the wrong side. And I'm totally fine with that. And now we know we're absolutely correct because we did use the red 1x2 to connect it to. Okay, so that's this side here. And now we're going to connect the 3 bars as expected to this side, push them in all the way. And we're probably going to get one extra. Already put this here on the extra corner. There's not that many spare parts in this set yet, but they did give you an extra of these brown long rubber pieces for which I don't know the name, and an extra width, and of course the usual extra 1x1s. And now we're going to build the bottom with a nice new again. So here again we have the half-a-stud offset that we saw on the other side too. And this feels very similar to the top of the engine, as it should be. Okay, now we get some asymmetry into the on the top. This was also a 2x6, but we're here going to already inject some color. Oh well, that's in the next build step. Yeah, now we have our new piece. Or Nougat. Just because he does it, I have to do it now too. It's horrible. That's very nice. So that's, I think I missed some, oh yeah, I missed the two 1x3 greens. Just wondering. But spotted that before. A major rebuild would have to take place. Very nice. Okay, so now we get some nice little, just a little bit of a suggestion of an edge here, which is very good. Yeah. I like these subtle suggestions of irregularity in sets, especially for something that is supposed to display an old and used and battered up car. Speeder, of course. Very nice. So I don't know if they will also be putting some stickers on the bottom there. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, this is also going to feel good again, I'm quite sure. Oh yes, and indeed it did, but I did forget a 1x1 here. Very nice. And then I'll just guess we'll be putting on the wedges, and then all of the colors will be set at the side of the, I don't know what is that darker here. That is still visible, but that will soon be hidden. And we still are seeing some of the green, but that will also be gone once we attach the engine. Very nice, very sturdy. So there is not a single hollow space in this engine. This is totally brick built up. You could probably kill somebody with it, but I would not recommend killing anybody. Okay, let's see if this 1x3, it makes, no, oh, that's going to be used to put the black into the back of the engine. I was just getting the feels that I might have missed some place, but okay, here's a nice hair. Great. So this build does have quite some nice moments that are very satisfying. Okay, more stickers on this side. I will skip that again. Put the front dish on and a tile on top of that. Very nice. So that is the difference to the other engine here. So we got it's totally closed on top, but the end part does look similar. And we can imagine that just the cover of this engine has been blown off or had to be removed to access short circuit some wires. So that is very nice. And we can see that the bottom nougat part is only like four studs wide here, and it's 8 studs wide on the other part. So that's also a nice irregularity. And now we're building the back part. That's exactly the same as on the other side. There we have it. And now it's time to connect it. I just put the extras away first. And it's very interesting to see that this engine is connected with the bars. And I'm quite sure the other side was connected with pins. Okay, I'll try to show it on this area. Wrong way around, of course, it has to be. Nice. Okay, very good. So this side does feel a bit more loose than the other side. So you have a little more give here. Then you have on this side, because it's only these 3 bars holding it together, and I don't see any other way to connect it further, but this will not make any difference in when you only display it. But that is, of course, due to the different way of connecting. So I would have preferred if this side would also be connected with the normal, the way that the other side was connected with normal pins. Yeah, I should stop playing around with it before I get annoyed. And it's not really noticeable. And there's not really anything I could do about it. Great. So that's it for this bag. I'll just put the speeder here in the middle while I get the other one ready. The next bag is going to be bag number 10, and we're going to build the center engine. I'll put the speeder away, of course, since we won't need it while building, but yeah, I think it can rest on the center here. We got 2 small bags. And this one is definitely going to be connected with these pins and not with the bars. We also already got the receiving parts set up. So we're already going to see some more colors here. And this is nice. Okay, we have 4 of these. So that's it for this build step. Okay. Oh, now we again have this nice anti-stud and anti-stud technique that I already enjoyed on the other 2 engines very much. And every time they use it, they provide the order in which you touch them in a little bit different way. So again, this is very satisfying, the way you touch the these blades, anti-stud on anti-stud, to get this stud on both sides, little sub-assembly. Very nice, and it feels like it's one big yellow piece inside with studs on both sides. Wonderful. This is really enjoyable again. And what I have to find my orientation back. So it's like this. So no, this doesn't feel right. This feels better. I had it the wrong way around, and the color orientation did indeed help me again. But I probably would have seen it also without it. And now we got our first pins. So this is some sub-assembly I honestly don't understand. Maybe it's because this piece is more sturdy than the 2x2 brick that has the pin already attached by itself. But I mean, this part is available already. But it would mean that you have 2 less parts overall in the set. So maybe that's the reason why they rather use 3 parts than a single one. But it could also be for reasons of stability, because you can, of course, put a lot more pressure on this here. And if it would break off, it's repairable. If you take 2x2 with a pin and break it off, that's a goner then, of course. So we put these on this side, on here. Okay, and my guess is that it's going to be applied like this later on. Yeah, could not be another way. Okay, so this is also very nice. This whole way of assembling this. So we have studs on every side here. How to miss color orientation pieces. And we even got, but we got an even row of anti-studs on this side. But we will probably have to turn it around somewhere to attach something else here. Okay, so now we're going to complete this ring for the engine. That's going to be the last time we will be using one of these wonderful dark red parts. And now the feeling, oh no, it's going to be over soon, starts to set in when you build a set and realize that at one time you'll be finished. And there will be, of course, the stand, but as a nice dessert, which I'm very much looking forward to, there will be the C3PO with the dual molded legs. That is also going to be in the last bag because there's only one more bag to go. So that connects to the front, but it's only connected with 2 studs. But well, I don't know if there will be any other connection, but this is not going to be an area of a lot of stress anyway. Oh yeah, we even have some more strengthening by adding this large slope on the bottom. So the 2 slopes, 2 studs to connect it to the front were not the only connection point, and now this is securely connected. Okay, we're doing something similar on the other side. 2 1x2s. And now we have another anti-stud situation, which is very nice. I'm sorry. When we connect these up here, we will have some anti-studs on the anti-studs again, but this is going to be seamless. Very good, very nice. And it's surprising varying. So this engine doesn't feel at all like the other engine, even though it's almost in the other 2 engines, even though they are almost the same shape. And even this engine felt a bit different than the other engine. So they're doing a real great job of adding some variety. Doesn't feel repetitive at all building this, even though the shapes are quite similar. Okay, now we're going to lay this down on the side. Very nice. Also, no seam at all when the anti-stud touches the other side. And the same thing on this side. So this is also a real nice way to connect this here. Okay, wonderful. Oh, okay, this piece again. So this is the first, well, in the another bag they had this piece before, but in the end it was the first time I've encountered this new piece. It's like a combination of the corner plates. Really useful, I guess. Very nice. Always a pleasure to find these new useful pieces, parts. And this time we're going to add the 2x6s directly. I'll start to build on the tray again. And more color variation. Some nice dark red here. And where do we put the 1x3 tile? Up here on the front. If I can find it, which I can. Nice. Okay, and now we're going to provide some more cladding here. Feeling very good overall. And this is something which I personally don't prefer too much by all slopes. So these 1x2 slopes, they're only connected with one stud, and there's no real reason that I see to do it this way. Well, there's not a 1x3 tile modified to achieve this, but it just never feels really good to attach a piece with only one stud. And they probably couldn't put a plate in here because they want this area for something else. That's why they did it like this. But I don't really expect this part to fall off in practice anyway. Yeah, and it looks like there will be some more added stability. So this is interesting again. And now we're going to attach it to the side. And as before, they use this lime green piece to orient the builder, which side to put this on, because we don't have it on the other side. And you can simply, well, it would probably be very, very difficult. Now you could accidentally put it on the other side. So it might make sense for inexperienced builders to have this lime green piece here as orientation. So you do know that it's supposed to go on this side. This feels a bit loose yet, but I expect it to be. So this part is only connected with one stud down here. But it will receive some stabilization once we attach these wedge pieces in the next step. Oh, that seems to be it for this side, which I find a bit surprising. I would expect some more stabilization across these two wedge pieces. But in the end, this is going to be the bottom part that is going to be put on the bottom of the engine. So there will be not a lot of touching that anyway. Okay, so this is also probably going to be the last time where we have this nice half a stud offset situation here, where we, by this way, achieve to have a center stud in the middle of the slope, which is very, very cool. I should take care to try to build more off camera and probably move the camera a bit further to me next time so that it's not as hard to accidentally move off camera while building. So this time I will not forget the little 1x1 blade. Nice. And once again, I can skip the sticker phase. And we're drawing to a close also for this engine. So we're going to apply this now to the side again here too. Wonderful. And as before, the two wedge pieces here. to finish off the whole set. And I think this is the last we're going to see of any colors in this engine. There's a little bit of yellow showing down on this side, but that will soon be covered up too, I believe. Yeah, well, we got the blue pins, but they of course will be inserted in the receptacle. Great. Now, we're going to close this up. Another nice anti-stud and anti-stud situation. I'll show you close up. So the 2x2 plates up here, they will go directly above the yellow anti-studs, and this will fit perfectly in here. Yeah, that is also very satisfying. And another nice way of using this anti-stud and anti-stud technique that they've done before. Really beautiful. And now I expect that we will put something on top right across here to also give some stability to this. Oh, hello, Lego Legends. How are you? I'm very well. I just continued building this UCS Landspeeder. I'm already enjoying myself very much again. So I built the right engine, which was a bit similar, but not too similar. So we're saying that even though the three engines, they look quite a bit, the build is still slightly different. So you don't get annoyed about doing the same step over and over again. One thing that I didn't like too much, that this engine, the right side engine, it was not attached with pins, but with 3 bars, and it feels a bit more loose than the one that is attached with pins. But that doesn't make a difference in practice. And yourself, did you have a good day? The preparations for the wedding drawing to the close, but I think you will probably have to work on stuff until the end. Okay, and now this is nice again. So now we're going to close it all up, connect the two sides together so that nothing will be loose again. But as I said before, there's a slight tiny bit of hollowness to this engine. That's the only one time that we saw some air in there. Otherwise, all these 3 engines are completely solid. So that is very nice. And this is the only time that we see some hollow area, but you could not even hide any usable amount of drugs in there. So what? Lots of cleaning today. Yeah, I mean, that is always one of the big advantages when you have people coming over. It's always a good reason to clean up everything. That's why I always love to have visitors too. Very nice. Okay, so this is the time where we have this feeling, okay, the build is coming to close approaches. But there's still a stand to build that might be even interesting. I don't know if it's going to be very posable or not. And of course, the wonderful R2 C3PO figure that I will probably look at first when I'll open the next bag, just because I cannot hold back. Oh yes, definitely. I was really surprised because when you look at it from the outside, it looks so plain. But there were some areas in here where I really enjoyed the building techniques. And I somehow started also sometimes to understand why they put in these color pieces, just to make it a bit easier for inexperienced builders to avoid making mistakes. And I can fully understand why they do this. That it's just you want to avoid if you have new customers, to avoid frustration. And but the thing is, it doesn't really take anything from my enjoyment at all. It sometimes makes it even more interesting because I can think about why they put in this color piece and that color piece in exactly that area, which I find very much engaging. Very nice. So this is the completed engine. For my build, of course, looks more a bit plain because I don't apply the stickers. But for me, it doesn't really take anything away. And now we're going to attach this, I'm quite sure. I'll just move it into the center of the screen. Maybe I can even do this one-handed. It's going to be these two pins. Let me check. The wrong way around, of course. Oh yes, oh yes, this is nice. This felt good again. Wonderful. Haha. So I don't know if you saw it, but it really has this nice shaping with the bottom here. That looks so good. Oops. Oh, this part, the classic part that always falls on, only connected with one stud. Again, yeah, I don't know if this is the best view from the back side. I'll try to show it to you on this camera here. Yeah, very much enjoyable. Nice build. Yeah, I will definitely keep this around for display. I don't know if I will put it beside the other UCS spaceships or if I will put it in a separate place simply because of the scaling, because it does have a different scale than most of the other UCS sets. Even though, of course, I mean, they don't really consider scaling to be important, and I fully agree with that, but um, this is a set of its own. Maybe I will put it next to my overall Tatooine display collection. Yeah, that might be a nice idea if that would more or less hover across all the Tatooine stuff with the Mos Eisley and the Sandcrawler and stuff like that. Very nice. Okay, so this will probably be exactly so the next bag. The last bag will only be the stand and the two minifigures, of which the C3PO is of course going to be the rarest one because he has a dual molded legs. I think a Luke Skywalker will be very standard. But if somebody doesn't have a farm boy Luke Skywalker, this is of course the set to get him in. I'll just put this a bit up here again. And get the last bag out. And you can already see the minifigures. I'll try to do this not as loudly as possible. Oh, very nice. But you have to forgive me, I just have to take a look at it first. Oh yes, this is highly beautiful. So we have, I think the head is very similar, but it has beautiful printing, totally opaque. There's no gold shining through the eyes. Very wonderful. There's this beautiful printing on the side of the arms and a wonderful printing on the leg. It's dual molded. And the printing on the back is also perfect. So Lego can do it. As Jane also says very often, they should just try more hard. And in this case, they really did their job well. That is really awesome. Okay, so I think they did the right choice of doing exclusive and special minifigures with the UCS sets again. And this is really one that I'm going to cherish, I'm quite sure. Yes, it's really perfect. I don't really see any way to improve the CC3PO after this. Wonderful. And while we're at it, let's put the Farmboy Luke again also together. This leg piece does look different. He has dual printed head. Of course, I'll put the friendly one outside. But in comparison, of course, to the CPO, he does feel a bit bland, especially since you see him very often already. But the leg printing, I think it's different with these tan colored crinkles at his knees. And the hairpiece is a standard tan colored Farboy Luke. Not too bad, but of course he really pales in comparison to the C3PO. Okay, so let's get the stand built. So for a second there, I thought the sword hills were chrome, but they're simply metallic silver. But it's a nice, good metallic silver. It's very close to the classic chrome. And you got the frosted lightsaber hills. So that's not the clear version, but the more frosty version. I don't know if you can see it very well on the camera. And I don't mind the look at all. I just wish they would call it differently so you can differentiate. But for me, it doesn't look too bad. And you get extras also. So now it's pin counting time again. This is probably going to be a story I will be telling quite a lot. When I built the UCS Millennium Falcon and I had this Technics skeleton that you start out with, I misplaced one black pin on the inside of the skeleton of the Millennium Falcon. And about 2 bags later on, it felt like a long time, I noticed that I had misplaced the pin. And there was no way to fix it without disassembling most of the inner skeleton of the Millennium Falcon. And since then, I'm really careful about not misplacing any Technic pins anymore. I mean, for this small little build, it would not really make a difference. But when building that large Millennium Falcon and having to redo most of the inner skeleton, which is really a large Technic construct, that felt highly frustrating because it was only one pin that was located one hole in the wrong direction. This I don't like. Lining up stupid pins on holes. Come on. Okay, this went in easier. So I'm curious if we will have some possibility on this stand, or if it will simply be one position or not. Oh, here it is. You have just been doing exactly the same thing, also on this UCS Landspeeder or on a different stand? I remember you were building, I forgot the car, this hovercraft, is that correct? Oh yeah, exactly. Trying to get brick on the hovercraft, yeah. Oh, the hovercraft. When I was a little boy, there was still the hovercraft on a channel, and my family and me, we went on a holiday in the United Kingdom, and we took the hovercraft to cross the channel. And that is one of the greatest memories I have as a little kid, riding on this huge hovercraft. When it went up, and you moved across land and then into the sea and across the water. That is such a great experience. It's such a shame that this type of transportation doesn't exist anymore. But you just made me remember this, and that is such a fond memory. I recently looked up if there's any commercial hovercraft still available to cross across larger sea areas. And as far as I could learn, there's only one more commercial hovercraft line in existence, and that is unfortunately in Russia. And I certainly will not go to Russia for quite a long time for a holiday. But the experience on riding on the real hovercraft is really, really something memorable. So nice to think of it now. The SRN4 hover speed, such a shame it's not still in use. Was that the name of the hovercraft that crossed the English Channel? I don't know the name of the line. I just remember we went over from maybe France or the Netherlands. I don't know where it was on the continent side. But I still remember this feeling of when the engines were revving up and the whole hovercraft lifted up. And I mean, this was huge. We drove with our car on it, so this is ferry sized. And then when you move across the land part and then onto the sea, it was magical for me. I don't know how old I was, maybe 8 or 9 years old, but I very vividly remember it to this day. very nice. So connecting these two parts, it's always something where you would just wish that it works right away, but it never really does. Oh, that was easy. Okay, so I got really lucky this time. Following the fleet's withdrawal from Glasgow services, a single remaining Mk3 example, Princess Anne, remains on static display at the Hovercraft Museum at Lyon-Solent as of August 2021. That is very interesting. Lyon-Solent, I did not hear that name before. Is that a city on the coast in the south? Because I do plan to visit Great Britain again and Ireland once this whole COVID thing is a bit more settled down. And this is something I would really much like to be near Portsmouth. Okay, Portsmouth. How do you pronounce Portsmouth? Is that Portsmouth? I think that is a city that I cannot pronounce correctly. But that would be something that I will definitely would like to take a look at. I will have many, many wonderful memories when I see that thing again. Portsmouth. Okay, Portsmouth. So not you don't pronounce it like mouth, but mouth. Portsmouth. Well, I will not be able to hide my accent anyway. No, no, I will not try to. It's nothing bad. But I always do try to learn a bit more and to improve my English. And this is why I also prefer to speak English on Twitch, because it's you can talk to people who are native speakers who can explain little things like that to you. Okay. So now I'm starting to lose my concentration because I'm thinking of this time when I went to with a hovercraft, and I always get a bit sentimental from stuff like this, but in a really good way because it's such a fun memory. And I'm starting to plan my next holiday, but now I made a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake on this side. Oh, thank you for that compliment. But I did have an advantage. So I lived for 2 years in the United States when I was a child with my family. And it's, of course, always much more easy for children to learn a different language, especially when they're in another country and are more or less forced to use it. Otherwise, my English would not be as good. I'm not very language proficient. Well, natural languages. I'm very good at computer languages, but they are, of course, much more formal. You used to work modifying the P&O cross-channel ferries, traveling to France 3 times a day. What do you mean by modifying? So were you on the ferries traveling across the channel, or did you modify the ferries that were traveling? And was that the Dover-Calais route? Oops. Oh wow, how cool is that? CCTV and alarm system while sailing Dover to Calais. Wow, that is great. That sounds very enjoyable. Yeah, I took that ferry quite a lot in my life, crossing from Calais to Dover into Great Britain. And I have a lot of, I mean, I love ferries anyway, anywhere in any place, because I don't really like traveling by car, so I'm usually traveling by train. And then, of course, with ferries. And when I went to Ireland or Scotland or to England, um, of course, you had to take the ferry. Even though I did the last time I went, I of course had to take the tunnel train, but that wasn't as interesting. But of course, you have to do it once in your life. Oh, I have such an interesting story about this Calais Dover crossing. So I don't know, I was 18 or 19 years old, and I went to a friend to Holland first, to of course know you know what, and then I wanted to cross across the channel. But I think I went from Ostend at that time, from Belgium. Well, anyway, the Belgian police they controlled us, so they stopped our car, but they did not find you know what that I had brought from Holland. But what I did do, I forgot to put my ID back into my pocket. So I left my ID in my friend's car, and he brought me over to Ostend to the ferry crossing. And there I was without any ID, but I wanted to cross over to England. And this would not be possible today. So I was at the ferry terminal and I told them I'm from Germany. I want to cross into the United Kingdom. Please let me cross. And I did not have any ID with me at all. Hi, Chloe the Clodagh. I'm just telling a strange story um, about how I entered the United Kingdom without any ID, being a German, but not looking very German. And so they called my hometown where I was born and to ask if I really existed. And they really let me into the country. I mean, this would not be possible today. I don't think anybody would let me, especially looking like me. So if I would have blonde hair and very light skin, but you can see I'm not totally light skinned, even though I'm German. And so they let me into the country. And all the time while I was doing this, I thought that the Belgian police had stolen my ID. But it was, of course, me with my stoned head who left it in the car. And then I had to go to London. I did not have any money because I still had a postal savings book. You did not have any cards back then to get money out of ATMs. So I had to spend like 3 or 4 days without any money in London. And that is not really easy. But then I was able to go to the German consulate to get a temporary passport, and everything was good again. Oh, actually, exactly, I remember. That was when the ferry sunk because one of the doors did not close completely, and water entered. Oh yes, I can fully understand why it was necessary to monitor that. That is such a cool story. Yeah, yes, that was a good time. I mean, I was 17, 18 years old, so it must have been uh, like in the early 90s, somewhere like 1990, 1991. It was a bit different times then. And I'm quite sure they would not do it today, especially with this Priti Patel at the helm. They would probably send me back onto, well, I wouldn't even be able to enter the ferry. Yeah, so I don't know if there's a similar saying in English. In Germany, we have a saying, ein dumme, zwei Gedanken. It's and roughly translate to two fools, one thought. So when two people think of the same thing at the same time, that's when we say ein dumme, zwei Gedanken. So two fools, one thought. But sometimes these proverbs, they don't translate too well. But do you know what I thought about if I ever wanted to go to Rwanda and to catch a free flight, on a holiday? I would simply I would simply leave my passport at home, go to the English border, and ask for asylum in Great Britain, and they would send me off to Rwanda on an airplane, and I would probably save a lot of money on the airplane ticket. Chloe, it's fine. You didn't know I was German? No, well, yeah, I am. But I feel more European than German. But you can feel both at the same time. But I do like the idea of a European identity very much, and I think slowly we will develop it. But it takes time, and we have to be patient. You love German engineering? That is great. I still hope it is as good as it used to be. I'm a software engineer, and we provide software, and we try to uh, give some German quality also to our software. But it's of course a bit different than classic mechanical engineering. And do you have any special area of engineering that you're interested in, or that you have contact with? Okay, okay, so this is going to be the part that will be on the front carrying the figures, and I don't feel any articulation in the base as of yet. And I fear it's going to be completely sturdy. So this is one thing I especially liked about the UCS Snowspeeder, the newer version where you could adjust the angle. I'm not sure. I just like how they make things, like the amazing creative ideas. That is a nice compliment. I didn't know that Germans were considered to be creative um, on the outside. I do know that some people think we are humorless, but I can tell you that is not true. But our humor is sometimes a bit more similar to mathematicians' humor, which is also not very well understood by many people. So I will put on the big black now, but I will remove it later on because I don't care too much for it since I will not apply the sticker. But for just for completeness sakes, I will put it on here. I don't know where I put it. Ah, there it is. Henning Wehn is proof of that. Who's he? I don't know him. Is that a comedian? Ah, okay. And does he make his comedy in German? No, wait a minute, made a mistake again here. Or is he speaking in English? Henning Wehn. Yeah, I'm not too well versed with German cultural output at the moment because I usually try to, well, it just happens, consume media that is English based. Yeah, I'm sorry about the noise. I'm totally messing up now. No, wait, this. No. And that will go like so. Wait, like so. You have several Rammstein CDs in your collection. You're not very good in speaking German. You understand barely anything in German. Yeah, it's not the most easy language to learn, definitely. when you listen to Rammstein on Spotify. Yeah, I hear that Rammstein is quite popular also outside of Germany. Yeah, very nice. Okay, so that's the build, and we get a whole uh, extra lightsaber for Luke, and he has a lightsaber and a um, how is it called in English? Uh, Fernglas in German. Hmm. You, it's not a blaster. Don't try to fool me. I know that much. Uh, yeah, what is it? Oh, I think I'll switch to another tab now. Oh, binoculars. Exactly. Thank you very much. Yeah, so in Germany we call it a Fernglas, which is roughly translated to far away glass. Okay, let's look. Here we have the C3PO. And now I will put the Landspeeder on top of the stand. Let's see how this feels. Oh, of course, that piece falling off again as usual. Great, but there is no articulation possibility here, which is quite sad because it's totally horizontal now. But I might modify it so you can see it from a slight angle, even though that is not very realistic because it does fly totally horizontal. So I will probably leave it like that because I don't know, even in curves it doesn't sway to the side. So it is quite realistic to have it here. Oh, that's a nicer word. Oh, definitely. So if you would ask me if we have to throw one word away, I would definitely throw plaster away instead of binoculars. So this is a bigger view here. Oh, we still got our um, no our Ninjago mascot sitting in front, but I'll leave him here. Yeah, exactly. If your real land speeder was tilting, you would send it back for repairs. Yeah, so he will be displayed in a way that he could fly, or it. Yeah, I'm very happy with this. So the only thing I can complain about, and it's really a minor nitpick, is that this right engine is only attached with these three bars. You can see it here when I pull it out a bit, and that is a bit more loose than the attachment with pins on the other side. But that is really a minor thing. Apart from that, I'm really happy with this build. Very enjoyable, took quite some time, and you of course get this wonderful, I'll move back to the other view. You get this wonderful dual molded minifigure printing on the side, very good printing. The eyes are perfect. The dual molded legs are wonderful. So this is for me the ultimate C3PO. And I'm also very curious about the R2ED2 that is, I think, in this trash compactor set. I have not yet built that, but he has printing on his backside too. That is also going to be very cool. Was there a reason there's no clips on that side? I don't know. I did not see any technical reason because on this side they use pins to connect it, and that does feel much more sturdy. I think they only did it for added variety. I don't see any technical reason why they connected this side with the bars instead of the pins on this side. But I do feel that they tried a bit to spice the construction up. So just to put in some variation, even though it was not technically necessary. Um, yeah, and you could definitely mod that around. But I will leave it as it is because if you use it for display and this is not a play set at all, it doesn't matter in practice too much. And I very much appreciated the variety. So this build was not really boring at all at any one time that I recall. But I do not like very repetitive builds anyway. So if you would ask me to build a Colosseum, for example, you would probably have to pay me money. That's very cool. A glowing review. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I will also forego the Eiffel Tower for the same reason, and exactly the Taj Mahal I also never looked at because that would bore me out. Great. So I don't know what I should do. Should we build something else? Should I sort a set? Would you still like to see something? If you have any idea, let me know. I'm still willing to do some Lego related stuff. Maybe do some mocks. I'm not very good at doing mocks live, to be honest. This is I would probably be not going to into a very quiet mood because when I think about this stuff, I cannot really communicate very well. What's that, please? Do you mean more building? No, I know that you won't judge. That is totally understood. It's just that I prefer more building or sorting on the stream. Okay, so if I have any other sets, sure. Oh, sets I have anything. So just let me know what you would like to see. Maybe some theme or what area of build. And I only have one Technic set that is not complete at the moment. That I still have to complete. We could maybe think of something that has some Technic insights in it. Um, just let me take a look. I might. How about the trash compactor set? That would interest me because for the R2D2, I think I have that. Okay, so the trash compactor, not seen it built yet, and we could also compare the C3PO that is dual molded with another current one that only has printed legs. So that might be interesting too. So I'll try to find it. It might take like 5 minutes or so. I don't know exactly where it is, but I'll definitely be able to talk. But I don't see you. Oh, okay. I think I found it already. I just have to move. I'm sorry, my voice is going a bit away. I'll have to get some water out. Okay, so that is a sign of God that I don't want this blade on the stand anyway. So I'll leave it off. It doesn't make any sense without the sticker anyway. Okay, this is the set. There's a lot of reflection here, but it doesn't matter. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I have to get some water to drink. Oh, welcome, Julie. We've been finishing the Luke Skywalker's Landspeeder. Here it is. And since I was in the mood to continue streaming, we decided upon building some more stuff. And it's going to be the Death Star Crash Compactor, also a Star Wars set. And it also has another C3PO that is not dual molded, and we can compare them. I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to get a drink. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, the audio is back on. Let me catch up. A C3PO duel, yes, we will have one. But I'm quite sure the one with the dual modal legs will win, of course. But the other one will have an R2D2 as companion, so it might not be as clear cut. A C3PO battle, how many does he have? I don't know. I would probably have to check on Rebreakable or Brickset. Uh, okay, so we're going to build this set. Just let me download the instructions first. Um, and the set number is 75339. So these are our minifigures. If we have them all fight against the minifigure collection, I guess the trash compactor crew would win. So where are the instructions here? So I don't know what was the number of it. 350. Okay, so it's not oriented in landscape, but portrait mode. I'll just move this around. Okay. I will have to update a little bit in the OBS setting. I'm sorry for the delay because we're switching from landscape to portrait mode, and I want to don't crop and reset the transform. That is nicer. And I think I'll crop the top and the bottom because you're probably not interested in seeing those bars, but I don't know, maybe the full screen mode is interesting. So I will crop away the top and the bottom of the manual so you can see more details. Just a second. And we don't want this. Okay, very nice. So now we have the perfect cutout for this manual, like so. Do you prefer the top-down view or this more diagonal view? I can put on any either one as the main view. Hey, hello, Sotic04. I'm just preparing for another build, but I had to switch around. I had to switch around the manual a bit because it is in portrait mode, and the other one you see is Landspeeder manual was in a landscape. Okay, so is that nice? Yeah, I will. Maybe I will. Yeah. I'm always a bit too OCD what this is concerned, but the OBS is such a nice software. I still have to learn a lot about it, but I'm really enjoying it right now to play around with it already. Okay, then let's start. If you don't mind the black spot here on the upper left corner, then that's good enough for me too. Okay, great. So I don't know if you should read through the instructions through the instruction manual. We will have 4 bags in all, so that is going to be quite a nice build. And I hope there's not going to be any stickers in it, but let's see. Okay, so we have a thumbtack build, but as a collector, of course, I will not push in these thumbtacks. Yeah. So that was almost perfect. Finally, some printed Technic. I did not see that. Do you mean on the Technic bricks or on which Technic parts? Oops, I'm very sorry about that. Nice. So let's look at the box before we start. There are some printed Technic plates, of course. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is the story of our life, I guess, that there's not enough prints on Lego pieces. Just imagine an alternative universe where every Lego piece that we see stickered is printed. Okay, here's the manual. It is exactly the same as the PDF version, of course. And I'll put it away. But it's really nice and big, so that is probably also nice for less experienced builders. so that they have a nice big view of the set to build. Oh God, and you mean the bizarro world, the horrible universe where every printed piece is stickered? Yeah, that is a nightmare. I do not wish to have. Okay, very nice. Let's get this going. We have 4 bags in all. 1, 2, 3, 2. And I'll start off with the first one. You have broken over 5 Technic pins today? No, no. Were they recent ones or old ones? Do you know these old black Technic pins that are really hard to remove? I can understand breaking those. Nice bit separator. I can move the scissors away. The normal 2-length black friction ones, how did you break them? I don't think I could break them if I tried because I'm too weak. Did you use any tools or leverage? So we have a lot of nice little black 1x1 trans black tiles. They are on a badly built janky ramp. Yeah, can understand. And yes, Tilipy, maybe in the future there will be better printing techniques that will allow this. To be honest, I think the only reason is why they don't print more is because it's more expensive. And we would need a future where it's just as expensive to print it than to produce stickers. That's the only chance I see, because otherwise the capitalist system will force them to only do as many prints as possible, or where it's technically necessary, because you cannot really apply a sticker without bends on something. And I'm not willing enough to not buy sets without stickers, because I simply love Lego too much, even if they put stickers on it. Oh, you got a good robot to go over and it broke? How heavy is that robot? Okay, so we're going to need our big 3 plates. I don't know, are these 6x12? Our 6x12 nice dark blue gray plates. The robot is just 1 to 2 kilogram. Exactly. In Germany, there's a printing service which offers printed Lego bundles of sets. I actually did consider to buy their UCS Millennium Falcon sets, because I did not apply the stickers on the UCS Millennium Falcon. And they have these wonderful stickers on these panels that suggest a hallway going in. And that was one time where I really missed not applying the stickers, because these hallway stickers, they really look nice. And they give you this feeling that there's a nice hallway behind the panel. If you have a link to that, Chili, feel free to post it here. I'm still able to allow links, because I did see this, but these custom printed pieces, even for sets, are very expensive. Oh, you bought the Home Alone bundle and you're very happy with the result. I did not build the Home Alone a house yet. I'm really looking forward to building that. I think I will save that for a special occasion. Same as the Disney Castle. This is also something, a set that I look so much forward to building, and but I will save it for a very special time. Okay, so this build, um, there's not much interesting. We're simply building the blade, but I did hear that there's a very interesting action feature in this set that you can move the sides together somehow, and that it works very well. But I did not look at reviews yet. I do not want to get too spoiled because so this build is going to be quite new for me. But something, uh, yeah, it's okay. Oh, I can fully understand. And a light kit, that is cool. Yeah, that set is wonderful. That is going to be so enjoyable. I don't know the movies too well, but I love if you have some really nice closed houses that look good from all sides. Uh, and that is very nice. There's a Marv in the basement getting hit by the iron. Oh yeah, so, you mean a sling that is then imprinted? It doesn't one of the headprints also have the iron mark on it? There's a Harry getting burned at the rear entrance. So I don't know the move it perfectly well. I think the Marvin is the guy with the curly hair. If I move too far out of view with the building, just let me know because I tend to move closer to my side here, and I will try to think about moving back to the center. Oh, the wheel with the iron face is on the second floor trying to hit the spider. Ah, okay. And there's also the scene with the paint bucket, I believe. But I really don't. I also tried not to spoil out myself too much about the set. So when I build it, I will hopefully be also a bit surprised. So this base is not very interesting right now. Just building some support structures. It's all blade based, but it looks sturdy enough. You should build it as an advent calendar. It has 24 bags. That is an interesting idea. That's what I always tell people if they ask me if they should buy a Lego advent calendar. I always tell them no, to buy a bigger set, part it out into 24 different bags and give that to your kid. It's much more bang for your value. You have a nicer building experience and you have something real at the end. And these small miniature builds, I mean, who needs those from the normal advent calendars? And for the price you pay for an advent calendar, you get a really nice, decent set. Just manually part it out into 24 different steps. You have a nice building experience every day, and you get something substantially bigger than what you get with a normal advent calendar. And they probably did, if the set really does contain 24 bags, I can fully think that they considered the possibility of gifting the set as an advent calendar thing, and you build one bag every day. You also had the Home Alone set for Christmas and my birthday for my family. Very nice. And you can definitely build lots from this. What do you mean lots from this? From this set here, or from the Home Alone set? Yeah, I gifted myself the Home Alone set. My family really appreciates me enjoying Lego, but I don't think they would find anything that they can gift me because I buy it all myself anyway. So that's very nice. That's a sturdy enough base. I think we will get more, a bit more. I managed to get some bend in here, but I did feel that I applied it correctly. Okay. So when building this, I will count out the parts of the steps. When I build alone, I usually don't do this, but it's much more easy this way when you talk, not to accidentally miss a part, and you can easily continue building when you after you looked at the chat mid step. So that's another story. So please do remind me if I tell stories over and over again. I am unfortunately somebody who does not really recall if he already told a story or not. But A New Hope, so the first movie in the original trilogy, was the first movie I ever saw in the cinema, and it was not a commercial cinema. It was more like a community cinema that was organized like um, a Verein, like a co-op. Maybe is that the English word? I don't know if that's the correct word. And we were sitting on tables inside an old schoolroom, inside a very old school building, which has since been torn down. And I was maybe 7 years old, and I was sitting on a table, and I saw A New Hope for the first time. That was my first movie ever. And I didn't even remember that it was this movie, but many years later, I saw it again, and then I realized that I had seen this movie before as a child. So now I have very fond memories also of this movie, and I've still been a Star Wars fan, especially for the original trilogy since then. And if it's worth telling once, it's worth hearing twice. In your Yeah, I hope so. But I also don't mind if somebody tells me, "Hey, I know this story already." I think it's a family curse. My father is similar. He also tells stories over and over again, but they are also quite nice stories, and I don't mind hearing them. And he also forgets our names. He always calls us like his sisters or brothers, which also happens to me sometimes. A club, yeah. So it was in German we call it a Verein. A club is probably a good way. So it was not commercially minded. When we were sitting on the table, it was an old 16 millimeter projector, I think. And many years later, I also, when I was a bit older, worked in that cinema as a I don't know, Ehrenamt. You did not get any money for it, but you could drink free and you could play around with the um, projectors. And I had to cut the movies, of course, because the big movies are not they're not sent around in one big packet. They are sent in smaller ones, and you have to cut them together. And sometimes I cut a movie in the wrong order, and it was so much fun when you only notice after 4 days that you had the movie in a different order. So you had the third part in the beginning and something, and people didn't really notice. Well, they did notice when the credits were not in the beginning. But when I switched around the scene and I had the fourth roll instead of the third roll, in many instances, nobody noticed for quite a while. Okay. So we're still building up the space. There's not really anything interesting to say about this yet, but of course, this is going to be expected for the beginning part. Um, I am also looking forward to this Dagobah set, but I have not bought it yet because I expect that to be on sale at some time. But this Crash Compactor, at least in Germany, it was a Lego exclusive. It's not going to be sold for a while in other stores. That's why I bought it directly from Lego and used it to get some gift with purchase. Okay, so this is also nicely satisfying to put this large Technic assembly over the whole plate system. Very nice. And they also added these two little red tile modified so that you don't put it into the wrong configuration. So I think the only reason for these two red pieces is you don't put it accidentally one stud further to the side. So in my cut, Bambi dies at the beginning of the film. Yeah, but doesn't she die actually in the real movie also in the beginning? I don't know. Okay, here's our first 210 pieces. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, no set is good without any 10 pieces. Parts, pieces. I still don't know which is the correct word. I use them interchangeably. So far there have not been any interesting building techniques. It's just bricks upon plates upon bricks upon plates. But I mean, for a base like this, there's nothing else to be expected, I guess. But I do hope. Oh, now we're getting a large rail system. What is that called? Sliding. Uh, and along this, the sliding parts will probably move. So I'll try to be extra careful when placing these that they are all well attached and in order so we don't get anything sticking when moving later on. Yeah, and I guess later on this is going to move along. I don't know if you can see it. I just put the tile in here. Yeah, but that feels good. You wonder whether there will be more such dioramas and which ones? I think it depends upon how well these sell. And as much as I can feel, I think they're doing quite well. So I think now we have this Crash Compactor diorama, we have this Dagobah one and the Death Star one. And they are, of course, all original trilogy. So the people in my age who are fans of the original trilogies will, of course, have a lot of memory. And yeah, I mean, there's so many memorable scenes from movies. So the first one that comes to mind, for example, would be a Hoth one where you would have this. I don't know, I forgot the name of the. I think it's called a Wampa. That would be very cool with Luke Skywalker hanging from the ceiling and the Wampa around, for example. What other ideas would we have? I mean, we already had like the carbon freezing chamber, but that could definitely be remade into a more impressive diorama, for example. Or we could have the cool scene in this cloud in Bespin where Darth Vader is sitting at the table in the white area. That would also be nice. The Mos Eisley Cantina we have had often enough. Um, and I mean, and also from the other movies, there's so many scenes. Luke inside a tauntaun, yeah, yeah. Then you would have to have the guts spilling out. Maybe have something, some smelly pieces. And I mean, you also had the Darth Vader meditation chamber. That is, I don't think it's official in this line. So sometimes I don't understand Lego. So I don't know if you can see it if it's printed. Um, I'll try to put it here. Uh, Here you can see it. They have something like called the diorama collection. But of course, they're not very consistent in naming their stuff. So the meditation chamber set was not officially in this collection, but for me, I would also count it into that. And that said, I have not built it yet, but that relies heavily on stickers, so I'm not even sure if I will build it up. Okay, I'll start from a side, not to forget anything. So, okay, my guess is this is going to be the back wall, and here we have the other side of the door. Galactic Senate. Yeah, that would be interesting. But I don't know if the Senate is small enough for a diorama. Yeah, maybe you could make it like in a micro scale where the single seats for the people are like 2 studs wide or something like that. But I would much prefer the Jedi Temple before that. The Jedi Temple they could make in a smaller scale version, like in a scale of the small Disney castle. That would be possible. And yes, Indiana Jones. I don't have a single Indiana Jones set. Unfortunately, that totally went by me, and I'm not willing to pay the prices. And you don't really get them in a good condition used, unfortunately. Yes, Indiana Jones has also many scenes. The Rolling Boulder, of course, would be a classic. I would also like the bar scene from Temple of Doom from the beginning, where they are in this bar and he gets poisoned. That would could be very interesting. Mola Ram taking her heart out. Unfortunately, I don't think Lego will ever do something like this. Just let me get my Leia in the slave costume to also remind us of something that will never happen again. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and I don't see any problems with minifigures like this, especially if they depict a scene from a movie. But I don't think they deem this safe for children anymore. You bought the yellow version of Slave Leia? I don't have that. I don't have a lot of the very old Star Wars sets. And that is from the old Jabba's palace. That is the very basic one that had the two attachments that you can put on a right and left side. Yeah, this is also this is from the sail barge. In the Jabba's palace set, she is disguised as this bounty hunter that brings in Chewbacca. Yeah, I'm really fond of this minifigure. Just look at the hairpiece also. It is really beautiful. It has these gold applications here, especially made for this, and the gold bangle down there. Really wonderful minifigure. Oh yes, yeah, this hairpiece, it's out of this world. Okay, so this step is going to be difficult. I have to apply 14 of these. 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14. Though I will definitely count them out before, because otherwise I would probably get lost. Okay, so let's do this. I will start from the left side. At one time, I plan when I understand these camera systems and the OBS software more, to have a more zoomed in view, so you can see more closely what is going on. But I'm not proficient enough yet to understand most of this. But you always need to leave room for improvement. So that's all on purpose. You must get that hairpiece now. Yeah, I can fully understand. That is really outstanding. And you prefer yellow minifigures? I don't really have any preference in there, but I do appreciate that for original Lego themes like Ninjago, they still use the yellow minifigures. And it doesn't really take anything away from them. And I like it. Like I also like these yellow emoticons, because it more or less takes the notion of race completely out of the system. Okay, so that wasn't as bad as I thought. Very nice. So that's our first tiled area here with the 1x1 tiles. And I expect we will have a bit more of these. Technically, US Chinese are counted as yellow, yeah, but only in a racist sense, I would say. It's not really about their skin color, but more about using it in a derogatory way, like a red skin color for Native Americans. And so I don't consider the yellow skin color to represent anything. For me, it's more a neutral one, like the skin color in emoticon in emojis. Okay. So we got 12 of the trans black here. 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. And 2 of the rich brown. So actually, this is quite satisfying. I mean, I was a joy applying tiles like this. Um, But this is in a nice, it feels a bit semi-random, and it starts to give up this feeling of a bit of chaos that we see in this trash compactor, and it gives it a feeling already of this dirty water that they're wading in. So I think the choice to use trans black here was the correct one, combined with this reddish brown. Very nice. So the water area in the center is coming in on quite well. Three, 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, 14, and 16. And now we have 3 of the 1x2 in dark bluish gray. One of the 3 lengths, 1 with 2 studs, and 3 of these little suckers. Very nice. Okay. Oh wait, we have 2 more 2x4s. Did I peek into local stream? Yes, I did. I actually watched quite a while, and I enjoyed myself. But sometimes it was really very loud, as you had already said before. But he seems to be like a very cool and laid-back guy. I didn't realize that he also has a shop, a Lego shop, and it was very enjoyable. But I did have to turn down the volume a bit. One, 2, 3. Oh, he has this shelf of minifigures, and when you win, you can choose 3 from the shelf. Oh, that is nice and generous. Yeah, I guess that increases the engagement a lot. Yeah, I also decided today that at some time I will have to sell or give away some of my double use sets that I have, because I will at some time run out of space, and I will have to sort around a bit to get these used sets into where I have the double ones. but I don't know yet if I will sell them or if I will give them away. Oh yeah, you actually once won three of them, and he sent them from Canada. The postage was $13. Yeah, hard times will come. Might be better to sell them. Yeah, I have not decided. I don't really have any commercial interest anyway. But I did read on his Twitch page that he will cover the postage to anywhere in the world, which I really found very generous. That alone told me that he's a nice guy. If you ever sell Technic, you're there. Yeah, I will have to think about. Actually, I don't have that many Technic sets. Most of the Technic sets were sets that I bought with another lot of sets. And I do have a lot of used Technic lying around that I still have to clean up and separate. That's why I asked about the old Technic pins, because in these old Technic sets, they all still have these very old black pins that are really hard to take apart. I will just show you the box. It's probably hard to see on here, but I still have to separate all of this out and clean it up. Um, and I don't know too much about the sets that are in here, or how complete they are. Is that a battery pack box? Yes. Here. And here's even another one. I opened these two up. They are definitely clean. So there were no old batteries in there that oxidized already. Yeah, I don't know too much about this. So I'm not a totally avid collector. So I got this more or less inside a lot from other stuff. But it's good. It's good. I would never throw stuff like this away. And if you let me know where you are, I would send you them, because I would of course be happy if somebody would have them who appreciates them. But I will probably sort out. Oh, you're from Singapore, Ben. I don't know if the shipping to Singapore would be the smartest idea, because the postage would probably be more expensive than them. And sorry for forgetting from Singapore, that you're from Singapore. I just realized that we talked before. Yeah, we can. I don't. We will just take a look at it later on. Find out how much it is to send it over. But I would definitely be willing to do so, because I would personally not have much use for this, and I'm really happy if somebody has it who appreciates it. So that would be, for me, would be enough. But it would also probably be smart if I would sort this stuff more out, because it could be that there's other interesting stuff like this inside of that box, and you will probably be know better than me what is interesting from that Technic collection. Yeah, I mean, about appreciating stuff, I think there's always a large enough community around. So for me, for example, I really love these old base plates, the race base plates. And a lot of people despise them. I don't know why, but for me, they are really special always. And so I love them, but if somebody does not like them, I do not fault them anyway. And these are also break very often. So if you get one used, they're most if these corners are often broken off. So this is in pristine condition, but many are broken or somehow. And I love these sets. I love these sets with these raised base plates. And my goal is at one day to have most of them because I'm really a sucker for them. But there are some collectors who do not like them at all. So I guess it's always a big difference, but I don't mind anyway. As long as there's somebody who loves something, it is all good. So for me, if I would know that these boxes are in good hands with you, I would be very happy by that. But maybe I should stream the putting out the stuff so you could tell me what stuff I should send you. Okay. Oh, just let me. I will continue with this build, but we can talk about this some other time. 2, 2, 1, 2, and 12. Yeah, I don't have that one from the Pool Dice Paradise set. I'm looking around for that, but that is also they are often very much in a broken state because a lot of kids did play with that set, and it's totally understandable that they are often very broken in some way. That's why I'm also very much looking forward to building the Pharaoh's Quest Big Pyramid set. It has a wonderful raised base plate too, and I have one that is in a very good condition. I did not build it yet. The pins though, yeah. So a lot of the pins in that box are the really very old ones that you more or less need pliers to remove. Do I have a pin here? Later on when we see one, I can show you what's the difference. Those are impossible to remove. Yeah, yeah. Well, not impossible, but really, really, really horrible. It's. I think if you want to have some, if you want to play an April Fool on somebody and you rebuild all his Lego sets with those pins, that would really be bad. So when I encounter those pins, I always put them separately because they are really dangerous. Not much fun. Yeah, so I cannot use my teeth, but it's you have to use tools, definitely. So this looks quite nice. It does have the feeling of the trash, dirty water to it. Okay, some more tiling. So I hope the build is not too boring for you yet. I think we will see um, some more interesting techniques after the floor tiling is completed. 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 15. We got our 3 brown ones. Okay. I'm just trying to find a position where the reflections aren't too bad. Yeah. Okay, where am I? Okay. So this is row by row. Nice. Another row completed. And the next one will be the second to last one, or maybe the last one. I expect that we will only have 2 more studs of tiles. And then we will probably have another row of these rail pieces so that we can have a sliding mechanism on the other side. But I do not know yet is how these studs in the center, how they will be affected by the sliding, but we have all tiles from this area on and all tiles from this area on, so that we have some movement for studs. But I expect that the walls will probably stop at least here. And if I recall correctly from the movie, that should be about as close as it should work. But I'm very interested in the moving mechanism. I did not see any review yet about it, but I just heard that it is somehow quite nice and satisfying to move the walls together. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Yeah, I'm also very much interested in this. 3, 6, 9, 11, 12, and 13. But I also understand why we have to complete the tiling first before we start building up the rest of the system. And from a building perspective, this is not dissatisfying. So I don't mind putting up these tiles. I probably would have liked to have some 1x2 tiles inside of this. So it's all 1x1 trans plug. And if they would have intermixed it more with some 1x2 trans plug, it could have added a bit more feeling of chaos to it, which I would have liked. So with the only 1x2s, it does have a feeling of regularity. But if they would have added some more 1x2 trans black, that could have added a bit more feeling of chaos and irregularity to it. But that would, of course, be easily mockable. Oh no, no, I counted out one too many, but I can't have missed one. I don't see any difference. And to be honest, if I made a single mistake here, I don't care. So I do have some level of OCD, but sometimes I can just let it be, especially if you intend to have something chaotic. If then I would introduce something, I would not even consider it a big error. Yeah, definitely. So trans-black 1x2 tiles, they do exist. So there's no technical reason for only using 1x2s in here, except to artificially inflate the part count, of course. And I am quite sure that Lego sometimes does stuff like using more 1x2 items, because people still consider the piece count as some area of judgment how big a set is. And in some ways you don't have anything else to differentiate by. But in this case, I think the set would have gained some more if they would have used some more, if so, some 1x2s here. Okay, so now as expected, we will have our 6 rail pieces again. And another special piece that is not very common. I'm very much looking forward to applying that. I will show you in a second. I just spotted it here. This is very cool. I think the first time I saw this piece was in the Actor 1 in white. I'm not quite sure if I remember correctly, but I really like it. And I think it was there for the first time that I've seen it. It's very nice. I think I should mute yourself while drinking. Okay, so just let me play around with the tile in here to see if I get any snagging feeling. No. That's very nice. And the other side also, no, nothing gets stuck. So we can proceed knowing that this will be quite nice. Oh, yeah. I already know I will enjoy this very much, the moving mechanism. This also already feels very satisfying to move the tile along the 6 4. And now some more part for the front. They picked perfectly on here. And some more decorative tiles for the top. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we have our first little, I don't know what. Might that be the head already? I don't recall, to be honest, what the name of the monster is and how it looked. But this might also be some mechanical thing that is floating around in the trash. So I'm not quite sure what I'm building now. But let me get out the parts first so I don't miss one. I'm sorry, I'm building off camera again. So I don't know, it doesn't look very organic. So I believe maybe it's some machine part or something that is sticking out of the water. Because if it would be the head, I would expect to be two eyes on here. So I will put it on the area it is meant to be and find out later what it is. You just bent your nail from taking out the Technic pin. Yeah, broken fingernails, I think, are always a curse of Lego players. And sorry about this dirty one. I tried to clean them before, but I probably forgot this thumb. Yeah, we all feel for you. Okay, so this is definitely not a part of the monster, but I will count out the pieces again because I'm prone to forgetting otherwise. At least you didn't break the part. Yeah, it's better to break your fingernail than to break the part. The fingernail at least regrows. Are you disassembling a set, or are you well? Gotta be careful now. A brick tool. A brick tool. I just realized that could also be a nice curse word for AFOLs. You're just a brick tool playing with Lego, even though you're almost 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is quite nice. This because it does give off the feeling of some random technical part being thrown into the trash. So you don't really know anymore what it once was. Yeah, and it feels sufficiently broken down to be something that is put into the trash. Oh, hi, Millie Bricks. Very nice to see you. How are you? So we are assembling the Death Star trash compactor set. Before that, we finished off the Death Star, no, the Luke Skywalker's Landspeeder. And we wanted to compare how the different C3POs work. So this is the beautiful one that was in the Luke Skywalker's Landspeeder. It has a dual molded legs, perfect side printing, and in the Death Star trash compactor, we will also have a C3PO, but he will not have the dual printed legs, and we can see how they compare. And I'm counting out the pieces for each step because I quickly lose my concentration when talking while building. So that's the easiest way for me to remember to use every piece in a step. It's a bit slower, but much better on the concentration. So we have another piece of trash probably, and I'm quite sure now that the center piece here was not part of the monster, whatever it's called. So if anybody knows the name of this trash monster, it would be nice if you could tell me, because I don't even know if it's considered a monster. I mean, it's just a poor animal living inside the trash system of the Death Star, just just doing everyday things in there, eating trash, and and he will also be destroyed when the Death Star is blown up. So actually, I feel a bit sad for him, but I don't think that this is the one. Oh, okay. Now we get to add this lovely piece. I will show it to you again before I attach it. This was in white in the actual one. Wonderful. Very nice. And it will just be put on here. It has no support below that, but it's still nice and snug. It's probably some broken piece from I don't know what that has been thrown into the trash. And another little stud on top of here. Very nice. Okay, I think the rest is leftover pieces. But I have two of the trans black here. but I'm quite sure that there will be extras. It's okay to have two of these leftovers because I definitely don't have any studs left here that I could attach them to. So that is quite a look. So final look at the thing we have right now before we continue to the second bag. And it does have a bit of the dirty water feel to it. But I might really replace some of these 1x1s with 1x2s to add a little bit more to a feeling of chaotic randomness to the thing. So the feeling of regularity will be a bit lessened then. Lego Legends, you're everywhere. Yeah, that is very nice. I've also seen you a lot around, and I always like talking to you too. Very interesting. So 27. So we're going to bag two. Bag two. I'm just kidding. There's more to bag two. Oh, and we get the minifigures in bag two. So now it's time to compare them. I'll just open this up first. I'm sorry if it's loud again. I'll try to be as quiet as possible with this. Very nice. So, of course, I have to assemble the minifigures first. Oh, wonderful. Oh, this is so great. This is the first time I'm seeing one of the R2D2s with a back printing. Oh, this is so nice. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Where is his head? And it's even perfectly printed. I'm not hit by Jank's curse. Can you believe it? Oh, well, it's a little bit crooked, but it could be worse. So this is the front. We know this, and take a look at this. Wow. Back printing on an R2D2. Is that cool or what? And yeah, now I see that my head is crooked too. I was thinking maybe it's straight, but no. Jank's curse. It has also reached me. I was thinking for a second that the printing might be straight, but no, it's not. But I don't mind too much. That's funny. But it's really beautiful. So today we had two ultimate figures. So this is the R2D2 from the trash compactor, and this is the C3PO from the Luke Skywalker CCS Landspeeder. And I think I'm going to build the other C3PO so we can see them all together. But this is wonderful. I like this R2D2 very much already. Okay, so now we have our two C3POs. So on the right, of course, that is also the new one, but it does not have the dual molded legs. But he does have the perfectly printed eyes on his head, which are very nice. He also has the nice side printing on his arms, and I think the torso might be exactly the same. Yes. So the torso is identical. The only difference is then on the leg piece. And we do have nice printing even on the other one, but we don't have any side printing here. Right. I'll hold it up with two hands and hope for the best. Yeah. So we don't have the wonderful side printing on this one. Very nice. But even still, so even this still, this new C3PO in the trash compactor is still a step up from the older ones with this wonderful arm printing on the side. And I really like that they made the eyes so nice. I think I'll get an older one from an older set just a second, just to hold it beside them. So now on the right, there's one. He is from the UCS Landspeeder, and as you can see, his head is also very well printed. And the torso is really quite nice also, but he doesn't have the printed arms. And the leg also doesn't have the printed feet. So the feet are plain, but the torso print does look very similar though. Very nice. It's really wonderful to see that these little touches are added. But to be honest, I don't know any way this could be improved. Great. And I will put them here so they can watch the build. And our slave Leia, she will also be watching from here. The C3PO battle is. Yeah, but, I should probably look where I have the one with the, I think the red arm or red leg or something. I don't remember in which set it was, or if I even have it built out. Well, anyway, I'll continue with the build. Oh, and here we have our printed Star Wars plate tile, and there should be another one with the saying. One thing is for sure, we're all going to be a lot thinner. Yeah, that is true. So these are very nice, shiny. This is not flat silver. I think it's metallic silver quill pieces. I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but it's more shiny than the normal flat silver. Very nice. Phoenix said, hello. I did not see you before in the chat. You're very welcome. No, I do not do only Star Wars sets. As a matter of fact, there's almost nothing I don't like in Lego, so um, it would be hard for me to say something that I don't like in building. I do usually mostly build stuff from some fantasy theme that is not very realistic, so I don't build a lot of city stuff, and I don't also have many modular buildings, just simply because I like to have this feeling of escape that you get when building something that is more fantasy oriented and not real life. But apart from that, I more or less love everything. Sometimes I'm afraid I like too much because um, I think sometimes people also need something that they dislike. But to be honest, I like liking stuff. So, but I definitely don't like to judge if people have preferences. So for me, anything is good. Oh, I didn't even notice that there was a raid. Did I miss that? I'm so sorry, I didn't notice this. I'm talking so much, I'm missing something. Let me scroll up in this chat. I don't know. I'm still a bit new to this Twitch thing, so I didn't notice it. I'm very sorry about that. I didn't I missed it. Yeah, sometimes I just, you probably know this feeling when you build with Lego and where you have this. It's for me also sometimes when I program, it's a feeling like being in a zone, which is very, very satisfying. And then you forget everything about you around you. But I'm also quite sure that everyone can understand this and forgives, so I don't feel bad about it. And this is the nice front that we now have. So we have our Star Wars logo and the quote from the movie. One thing's for sure, we're all going to be a lot thinner. When Astrocannon gets rated, his red lights go off and comet sounds are played. Yeah, it is a cool plate. Yeah, my setup is still very basic, and I think I will try to keep it a bit lower and chill for the time being. I will only slowly change this setup. For example, I don't know if I will be playing music in the background because do not really like to impose anything on people. And if you would like to hear some music, you're of course always free to play something on your side. And it's also sometimes when too much is going on, a lot of sounds are playing. There you sometimes get a bit of feeling of sensory overload, and sometimes I just like it a bit more quiet. Okay, this is wonderful. But this is something that I already learned in a few days in this online Lego community, that there's more or less space for everything, which I really appreciate. Nice. And again, I can't stop talking about these metallic silver grill pieces because they're so pleasing. Just imagine these in a totally chrome color. But the metallic silver is also already quite good. Or maybe it's even the, what is it called? Where you put it into a round thing to color it. How do you feel about all the one by one pieces? It didn't feel bad applying them, but I would have liked to have some more one by two pieces randomly interjected here to give it a bit more of a chaotic feel. So I feel that it looks a bit too regular down here. And I want the feeling of chaos because it's dirty water in a trash compactor. But I didn't mind applying them at all. Actually, I quite enjoyed it because I like tiling large areas, so that was nice. But I would have liked to have some more one by two of these dark trans pieces just to have more chaos and less regularity in these watery areas. Reminds you of a game board, a certain game board, or just a game board in general? Okay, now on the back side. And some wonderful black plate tiles to seal it all off. There you are. Okay, that's the view from the back. Currently, we have this nice grill around here. Oh, cool. Now we get some substance. And this is probably going to be the door back here. So I don't know a lot about this set, but I do know that there's going to be a door in the back. Oh, okay, this is going to be nice. We're going to build a whole wall section now. That's going to be going to look like this. So I just put the base to the side for now, and we can concentrate on the wall. Wonderful. So let's see if I can hit the center with this 2x2 plate directly. Yep. And yeah, hit it. That would be really mean from the designers if they would put this one off the center just to just to annoy the people who build it. No. Yep. So I don't know yet if this is going to be a sliding piece from the side, like so, or if it's going to be put at the back. But my gut tells me that it's going to be a side piece. But we will find out. There's still some um, Lego is pretty symmetrical. True. Well, I mean, I'm probably not the only one who's very symmetry oriented, and who really appreciates symmetry, and who sometimes has to consciously accept that not everything in life can be symmetrical. So I remember even as a child that when I was playing with toys or bricks, and if I wouldn't have enough pieces to build it perfectly symmetrical, I would not be really satisfied. And then one thing, what my father made, I can show it to you. So my father gave me 6 of these boxes full of simple wooden toy bricks. And so he was the son of a carpenter, and he could make them in a carpenter shop. And from then on, I was satisfied because I could build huge towers with these. I had a lot of pieces, and I was never forced to do anything unsymmetrical because I simply had a lot of these wooden bricks. And this is the greatest toy present I ever got from my father. I will always love him for making these for me. I don't know if the sound is gone. I hope not. I was just showing off these wooden bricks that my father made for me. What was that? I don't know. I hope I didn't do anything horrible with the sound. Could you give me some feedback if you can still hear me? Oh, what did I show on screen? Oh, we were talking about symmetry, and I was agreeing that it was always very important for me to have some kind of symmetry in building stuff. And then I thought about these wooden bricks that my father gave to me, where I have a lot from, and I didn't feel the need to compromise anything I was building because I did not have enough bricks, and that was always very good. But today, sometimes I can appreciate some kind of non-symmetric systems, but I always do notice when something is going off the symmetry. What did you notice in the top camera? Oh, I have the. Oh yeah, of course. This everyone is also. I always try to make it visible at least somewhere in the corner, so that everyone should know that this is a safe space, and that I consider myself to be an ally. I don't know if I'm doing a good job with it, but I try to. I don't know. I think I should be a bit more slow. Okay. Oops. Yeah, this is such a wonderful set. I also built it on stream with a big black and white sign, 32 times 16, saying chill. Yeah, that is also very much important. Yeah, I also appreciate that they have the trans colors here and the black and the brown bars. So this is very nice. And of course, these minifigures are great. Such a nice variety. It really shows the wonderful variety we have as humans. Oh yes, everyone has a different hairpiece. Um, and they are all nice, all nice and different. And it's so nice. You have this feeling that they're all holding hands. Yeah, this set really exudes so much positivity and inclusiveness. I really appreciate it. And our little yellow guy, he very nice. Okay, sorry for the distraction. Back to the build. I think I will have to switch to my wired headset. My wireless headset is getting low on the battery. So excuse me for a minute while I switch those around. I will probably not have any voice until then. Okay, so this should be the wired headset. Please let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. I don't, I think the monitor shows me that it's about the same as the other one. Would be fun to put a little happy face on the yellow guy. Well, uh, on this yellow guy. Yeah, maybe I will look for one of these Alpha Team faces. I don't know if you know that. Hello, Chewy raid. Oh, it's this time I think I saw it that there's a raid. Welcome everybody. We're building the trash compactor set, but we started to talk about this Everyone is Awesome set, and we just had the idea. So who was it? Um, Chloe the Glowbug was just saying that maybe we should put a happy face on the yellow guy here. And I was thinking about getting an Alpha Team head with a huge smiling face. I don't know if you know it, but I will show it at some time to put on the yellow head. That might be a very nice idea. So welcome again to the Raiders. And I think I should get back to building. Have a very nice time. You're very welcome here. And at one time, I will definitely try it out with a yellow face that has a big, huge Alpha Team smile. That is what I love about the Alpha Team sets in general. They had these crazy, crazy headprints sometimes. Wonderful. So we're currently at the trash compactor set. The base plate has already been built, and I'm starting now on a wall. And I think it's going to be one of the side walls that is going to be moving in later on. But it could also be the back wall. I don't know yet. And I think this is the area that I'm there. And don't be surprised, I'm always counting out the pieces, not to lose my concentration while on the chat. So that's the easiest way to make sure that I don't miss a piece per step. 1, 2, 3. 2 of the wonderful plates. Pound tile. 2x4. 2x3. And 2 of the lovely 1x1s. Oh, just let me take a look at the link that the Glowbug found. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry if I was laughing too loud, but that was exactly the face I was thinking of. That huge smile. That, yeah, exactly. So this is the Alpha Team huge smile one. Fantastic. Yeah, yeah. So I definitely have the set somewhere in the set. Let me take a look and in the Alpha Team ATV. Yes, yes. I will see if I can open it up or not, but that is the face that I was thinking of. Quite right. Yeah, I mean, of course, the OG Lego head is also a good thing. Yeah, okay. So I really got to go back to the build. So this is also very satisfying that they aim for some randomness on this part. So the upper 2 rows of studs are covered in semi-random coloring, which feels very nice and organic. And of course, I made a little mistake. But that is easily fixed. Fantastic. So I'm sorry, I missed looking at the chat all the time. So and again, welcome to Chewy Web, Chewy RBHD, Misty Girk 12. Very, very welcome. Okay, so we'll build 3 more rows on each side. That's fine. And I'm probably not the only one who always leaves out the one by one pieces so that they're more so that they're oriented the easiest. So I always, of course, leave these for the end, so I don't have to straighten them out too much. Wonderful. And same thing on the other side. One complete row of brown. Great. Oh, good night, Chloe the Glowbug. Sleep very well. It was very nice speaking with you. And I will remember about these battery boxes. So they will stay here until we find a way how I can get them to you. But we should probably look at the other old Technic stuff that I still have hanging around so that I can send it to you all together. But it would be nice if you could do something useful with these. And sleep very well. 5 a.m. Yeah, I know the feeling. Oh, so that was step 42, of course, which is always good so that we have the answer to the universe and everything. If you ever need my Discord, it is Chloe the Glowbug number 100. I still have to learn a bit about Discord, to be honest. So now the last 2 rows. 3 of the 1x3s. and 3 and 2 of the dark tan. Yep, that should be all. Very nice. And now the other side. So this is how it looks now. And I'm quite sure now that it's going to be one of the side pieces because it has such an organic texturing. I expect the back wall to be a bit more regular than this. And this is probably going to be sort of representing some of the dirt stains that are on the sides from trash compacting. Really nice and organic pseudo-random structuring. Okay, so just take a look what will happen in step 45. That is going to be quite interesting. But first we will have to finish the tiling here. That I didn't anticipate. This is quite nice. So I'm looking forward to step 45. But before you do step 45, you have to do step 44. There's no other way around it. Okay. And now we have the square and the rounded off tile pieces. That's why I like what I like about building with the digital manuals, that you can easily zoom into the instructions to see the details if something is not clear. So it's very nice to see that we got these two round pieces here in the middle. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Oops, I think I forgot my one dark tan piece. That can easily be fixed. And the other side. You love that I'm excited about tiling. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy it. I don't know. Are other people feeling different? Do some people say, "Oh God, I have to tile a lot"? I think the only thing that I sometimes don't like about building is when it says like you have to build 16 of something, and you get into this factory mode where you build a lot of the same subassembly a lot of times. So that's the only thing I sometimes do not like. But sometimes I simply say, okay, I build half of them now, and I will build, and then I stop building, and I'll build the other half the next day or so. So it's not that bad. But that's about the only thing I sometimes dislike. This is very cool. And yes, it is pure trailblazing Lego. And now what is interesting, I don't know if you could see it in the instruction in step number 45, we are going to use these studs here in the middle to add an additional layer of texturing to the whole wall. So this is going to be represent some of the rough edges that are used to compact the trash. And from looking at the instructions, this is going to be looking quite nice. So I think this is going to be a cool step, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the site looks with that. And I didn't really know before what these studs were going to be used for, so that is nice. 2, 3. But I will count out the tiles again so I don't forget anyone. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we got 4 of the dark tan. And 1 of the brown. Great. Okay, let's do this. I'll just zoom in a bit. I don't know if you can see it. Yes. Nope, I think I missed 3 of the 1x3 tiles. Oops, one 3PO fell over. This cannot stand. Where was I? Yeah, that's why it's good to count out the pieces. Even if you're disturbed, you can easily pick on again. Very nice. And now so this is an area that is a little bit suspicious because it gives you the visual impression that the half round tile is on the same level as the 1x1 tile, but it's actually below it. But the perspective, yeah, well, it's always in 2D. You cannot represent it very much correctly. Will I also build a Dagobah set? I will definitely get it, but this is going to go to the free market. It will not remain Lego exclusive. So I will wait until I get it discounted. But yes, I will definitely get it. And I'm also very much looking forward to the tiling on that. I think I did see a review of that set. And I think they have similar tiling to the Ninjago City sets, where you have this translucent layer above blades, which signifies some depth in the water. And that are also already loved very much in the Ninjago City sets. Yeah, I definitely will get it. And also, there's an R2D2 in that set that has some dirt stains on him. So that is also, of course, going to be very cool. I still have the old Dagobah set, but I have never opened it. It's still in an unopened box. And I don't know now if I will. I will probably keep it unopened. Okay. So this is really satisfying. Oops, another CP3O fell over. There you are, buddy. And this is how the wall looks now. It has this nice feeling of roughness to it now, like it is what you expect in a system that has to force stuff together. And really nice. And there's only two studs left here. Well, there's three studs, so the two up here and the one in the center. Oh, it's on German Amazon for 50. It's already out on the market. Just let me take a look at Brick Merch. That's the site I'm using to see how much it is discounted. I thought it would take a bit longer for it to appear. And oh, you're absolutely correct. It's discounted by 29%. But it could get cheaper. I see it for 56 euros at steinehelden.de. That is actually quite a good price. Let me see if I can. Um, I don't know if you can see this. It's probably from the resolution not the best. I've tried to increase the font size. So it's at 56 euros at Steinehelden for a 29% reduction. Yeah, I don't know if I will buy it for that or if I'll wait for an even steeper discount, but I did not really realize that it's already out in the open. I thought it would be a bit longer. Yeah, but that is starting to be a region where I would consider buying it. But it is a must buy for me, definitely. Okay, now we have our red pieces. Oh, you have been using the electronic manuals more and more on the newer builds. Yeah, I've been building purely electronically for quite a while now. Um, it is for me because it's I can keep the manuals in a pristine state because I always do think about maybe having to resell the sets at some time. And it is also for me much nicer to build it because I can simply use my tablet here or a different computer for building the sets. You have the nice ability of zooming in much closer. So in the bad lighting conditions, it's really nice to look at the details. Um, but the one thing I do not use is the official Lego app. So I always use the PDFs directly. I don't know how they could mess that up so bad. Well, yeah, it's Lego. And now I did something incorrectly, but I spotted it right away. Okay. So in this regard, also the asymmetry along this axis does pay off a little bit. So you can quickly see that you had the piece the wrong way up. So without this light bluish gray orientation down here, I could have missed that possibly. Going to bed now. Thank you for the wonderful feel. Have fun. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Chili. I hope to see you again. Sleep very well and have a wonderful day tomorrow. So what am I doing here? 1, 1. Forgot 2 of these buddies and one of the normal 1x2s. So we have 2 corner pieces, one of the studded ones, yes. Nice. Oh, now we have some round pieces. That's going to be cool. Oh, there's of course a danger of mixing these up. But we noticed beforehand, and it would have looked strange anyway. Okay, I'm missing a 1x2 dark brown. Ah, here it is. Oh, this is satisfying. And now we put this in the middle. So we have again a half a stud offset here. And we can use the center row in the middle, which is very nice. I always enjoy it when you use these half stud offsets to put some variety into the thing. Okay, now we have some, I think that's trans orange. I can only differentiate between trans orange and trans neon orange when I put them beside each other. 3, 6, 7, 8. And placing round 1x1 tiles is of course even more satisfying than placing square ones, because you do not have to think at all about orientation. You can simply drop them down and it's cool. And I'm very thankful that my OCD isn't bad enough that I have to orient these now correctly, so I can perfectly live with the orientation being crooked in there. But I think it really looks quite nice. And now we put on these wonderful 1 by 1 rounded side tiles. And I have no idea what structure this is going to be, but it's going to be put into the middle here somehow. And here, looks like I got everything. And now it's going to be combined. Again, we have our color orientation, so it's really going to be hard to mix this up. But now we have another satisfying moment, I'm quite sure, when all of this, yes, oh, wonderfully goes together. And what is really beautiful, we had these 4 half round 1 by 1 tiles, and now they form this perfect rectangle in the middle. So we had 2 from the one piece and 2 from the other, and in combination, they now form this perfect rectangle in here. That is very nice. Yep. Okay, so now we have some more decorative elements. And the 2 here. So the orientation of this one. Oh, that is very nice. Take a look at this. I did not expect this, but it fits. Oh yes, this is quite nice. Look at this, how perfectly it fits at the 45-degree angle in there. Isn't that wonderful? And there's really no play in there, so it really fits quite nice and snugly. That is very cool. That I did not see before. Yeah, so that was really surprising. I did not expect that. These are the little joys of building a Lego set, but it's just wonderful. Okay, so I have to get the orientation straight. Yep. Oh, now we got some hinge system, so that's interesting. Okay, that is combined like so. And like so. So I'm really curious what they're going for with this sub-assembly. That will be interesting how that will connect to the rest. And now we're adding, oh yeah, this is also very nice. I don't know why they did not use a 1x6 blade for this. I think they could have used a 1x6 blade instead of those two pieces. But then again, they will have their reasons. Oops. Okay. So I think I will have to stop after this bag because I'm getting very tired and I have to work tomorrow. But it was really, really very enjoyable again. Okay. But I will, of course, continue building this at another time. It is so far, I feel it's also a very satisfying build, but I don't know if I'm really the best judge because I do enjoy quite a lot of things. So um, I cannot speak for you, but I try to give the reasons why I enjoy something, and you might be able to judge for yourself if you would also like this. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. Oh, it is probably going to add some more stability to the side of the build. So we're adding 8 of these 1x2x2 bricks with studs on the side. And then this will be pushed flat stud side down onto the plate here. And I think this will also be very, very nice and satisfying to put this here. I don't think we will have much variety to how to place this. Just let me make sure this is correctly oriented. Oh yes, yep, that felt good. Felt good again. Very nice, very nice. So this added a lot of stability to the whole thing. Wonderful, just great. So I just dropped this whole subassembly stud side down on here, and now this feels like you could. I mean, very nice. So this is surprising, this build. Oh, I think we got something printed. Oh, look at this. What a treat. What a treat. I did not even see this before. So I think this is the control mechanism where R2D2 opens it later on. And now I realize what we just built. We built the back side of the system. Okay, I still wasn't sure yet if it might not be a side part, but it is indeed the back side. And now we see, okay, these are also some rails probably along which the side parts can slide along. And this is supposed to be the door. And now we also know why it's not openable. But in theory, I think it could be built to be able to open. But I think they forgot they did not do this just to have the stability that you need to have this sufficiently stable for the sliding part. So okay, so this is going to be the door, and here on the outside we have our mechanism for opening it. And okay, that is cool. What a nice surprise at the end. I did not expect this because the printed piece was lying upside down all the time. That's very nice. And I think these are all leftovers. No, well, except these two axle pieces. I suspect we will add these to attach something, but the rest should be extras. But these two axle pieces must go somewhere still. But now we can attach this. Okay, I love it when the plans come to. Ah, okay, okay, I understood. So we see these uh, I don't know what they're called, but they have the holes down here, and we have here our axle holes. So we will surely use these two axle pieces to further secure the backside. That is always appreciated. So this is sliding in here, but there is some stud connection, so it's not sitting totally loose in here. Oh yes, that is also very nice. Wonderful. And now, yeah, as I suspected, we can put the axles in here to really securely put this in here, and this will not fall apart. Wonderful. Okay, so I can simply pick it up now here. This will not go anywhere. Great. So I really appreciate a sturdy build that you cannot really easily fall apart. So this is quite nice. I don't think I would have, well, except of course the creepling in the middle, but there's no reason to touch it there. Otherwise, there's nothing nowhere here where you cannot hold it. Very nice. Okay, as I said before, I'm starting to get tired. I will have to get up early. Well, I'm still in the home office, so I don't have to commute, thankfully. Um, but I will stop here now. There is two more bags to go, and you love a nice positive click. Yeah, yes, yes. So I like that there was also a click here when you inserted it with the added stability provided by the two axles that you put in there. Nice. So thank you very much for joining me here tonight. It has been a very great pleasure again. I hope to see you another time around when I will continue building this or sorting a set or doing some other stuff. I do have some nice ideas of stuff I do want to do, but this will take some time to think about and prepare. Okay, so I will take a look at where I can send you off to a nice rate. If you have any suggestion, tell me. Otherwise, I will look for somebody who doesn't have many people watching. So there is a guy building the Optimus Prime set. I think that would be nice. His name is Camrecon, and I think I will send you off to his channel. And I hope he will enjoy you coming in. I just have to see again how this works. Okay, I've started the raid. Oh, sorry, Lego Legends, I saw it again too late. And thank you very much for joining me. We are going over to Cambrican. He's building the Optimus Prime. I'm interested in that step too. and I hope to see you around next time. Have a wonderful evening and a wonderful day tomorrow. See you around. Bye bye.